And we're live.
Thank you, Jonathan. Good morning, everyone. Could we have staff take the roll call, please?
Great. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Hendricks?
Here.
Ms. Higa?
Here.
Mr. Prezant?
Here.
Ms. Urban?
Here.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Here.
For the Director of Finance, I see Ms. Whitaker. Okay.
Sorry,
For
I'm
the-
on, but I was waiting for Gail as well, so I'll go ahead and say present for finance.
Thanks. For the State Treasurer, Mr. Ruffino. For the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Mr. Yamanaka.
Here.
Controller Yi.
Here.
Chairperson Keeley, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Jennifer. Just a comment about public comments. At CalSTRS, we have 10 minutes allotted for public comments at the end of each agenda item. At the end of the meeting, there will be public comments that are for members of the public that want to address the board for items that do not appear on our agenda. Our meetings are live streamed and they are videotaped. And we have a policy at CalSTRS where if the speakers are younger than 18 years of age, they are not videotaped. So with that, I would entertain a motion to approve this morning's agenda.
So moved. Second.
It's been moved and properly seconded. Without objection, today's agenda has been approved. Which brings us to item number 2. Julie Underwood will be presenting the approval of the multi-year internal investment management plan and the proposed 21-22 budget. This is an item that Julie brought to us. Good morning, Julie, brought to us at our prior meeting, and today's meeting is action. And there are 2 resolutions with this item. And in preparation for this meeting, Julie and I have determined that what we will do is she will present the first section, and we will take questions and answers, and then approve the resolution, and then the second part of the item, and do the same questions and answers, and the approval of the resolution. So it will be in 2 tranches. Julie, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Again, my name is Julie Underwood. I'm the Chief Financial Officer. And for the first resolution at the September board meeting, details for the multi-year internal investment management plan were presented to you. The plan provides for 109 resources and funding for external investment audit services to support the growth of the collaborative model and the investment portfolio over the next 5 years at a budgetary cost increase of $40.9 million. Now, this cost has not changed since the September meeting. Now, the model's cost savings strategy aligns with the state's directive to mitigate costs, and the continued growth of the collaborative model is estimated to save significant external management fees, and that savings is anticipated to far outweigh the cost for this plan. Now, as staff mentioned yesterday during the cost report presentation, for 2019, there was an overall $642 million difference between the cost of hiring external managers versus internal and hybrid management. And this is one of the reasons we want to expand our resources and internally or hybrid manage more investments. Now, overall, the reduced costs and higher returns, hopefully anticipated from this model, supports a strong investment portfolio in line with our mission to secure the financial future of our members. So we are requesting your approval of the resolution in attachment 1 that approves the 5-year plan. Now, your approval includes the flexibility to deploy resources sooner if needed, and upon further board approval, to respond quickly with resources should emerging financial markets allow us to take advantage of additional investment opportunities. Now, as stated at the September meeting, I wanted to say again that we're committed to providing transparent and accountable reporting for the cost savings we're achieving each year through this model, so you will be able to monitor our progress year over year. So with that, I thought I would stop and open it up for any questions.
Thanks, Julie. Any questions from the board? I see Gail Miller, Department of Finance. Gail?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Did you want to wait until the end of I'm not sure, because I have sort of global questions about the entire budget. So I just.
We were going to do them in two separate. We were going to do the first, the 5-year plan, and then the second part. So we're going to do it in 2 different tranches. So if your questions are to the second resolution, Gail, Julie will be presenting, and then we'll take questions and answers on the second half.
Okay.
Can you work with that, or would you prefer just to put out your questions right now?
No, I can absolutely work with that. Is it okay if my questions after the second tranche relate back to the first tranche too?
Sure, absolutely.
I'll just wait. Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, thank you. Bill Persant? Bill?
I think I'll do what Gail's doing and just defer until we have the entire presentation, because I don't know where it fits. Thanks.
Okay, great. We're going to do an audible right now. We're going to do both the resolutions at the end. So it seems as if there's a little trend here. So we'll audible, and Julie, you're going to continue with your presentation, and then we'll take questions and answers on both portions of your presentation. So why don't you continue with the second half?
Okay. So for the second resolution, that's an attachment 2. That's requesting your approval of the fiscal year 21-22 operating budget in the amount of $309.8 million. Now, this amount is a net decrease of $31.8 million over the prior year, and that's primarily due to the reduction in our baseline budget of $53 million from the one-time pension solution funding that we requested for fiscal year 2021. So when we remove the $53 million from our budget, that reduction offsets the $12.3 million increase for the first year of the collaborative model plan to add 30 positions and $60,000 for external investment audit services, as well as an additional $8.9 million in non-discretionary cost increases for additional staff salaries for merit and incentive increases and mandatory state assessments for the pro rata charges. Now, as a reminder, we are not asking for any additional resources beyond what's needed to continue growing the collaborative model pursuant to the state's directive to mitigate costs. Now, in addition to the recent employee compensation reductions enacted by the state, we're also anticipating a 5% reduction from the state to our operating expenses. Now, since these adjustments have not yet been finalized, the resolution includes authorization without further board approval to revise the operating budget for any additional mandatory state adjustments. But of course, we will update you once we know what those final numbers are. Now, despite these state reductions, we are currently reassessing our priorities and operational workload, and will continue to do so to ensure that we accomplish our mission to our members and maintain all of our ongoing project deliverables. And as an example, our pension solution project remains on schedule, and we do anticipate improvements to the quality of service provided to our members once the new benefit system is implemented. Finally, as we've included in past budgets, your approval today would also authorize and provide additional flexibility for up to 3% of the support appropriation savings to be available for 2 additional years for unanticipated expenditures only upon additional board approval, and up to 5% above the TDCF baseline budget would be available to the teacher's deferred compensation fund to be used to expand the program should sufficient revenues be available in the fund. So that concludes my prepared remarks.
Thanks, Julie. So we'll go to questions now. Gail, we'll come right back to you, and then we'll go to Bill Persant. Gail?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So just a few sort of areas of questions. I understand, and thank you, Julie, that was a great presentation, and I appreciate that we're sort of trying to keep within the budget that you presented last year. So I have questions around sort of whether or not we're doing the 5% reduction, and what I understand the flexibility you're asking for. I'm a little bit surprised. It is a mandate. It was a mandate for that started in the current year that you anticipated it for the budget year. So I actually would have expected to see some of your plans for those 5% reductions like every other state agency had to make, and it was required in the 1920 budget to be implemented in 2021. So the idea of that 5% reduction was in fact to give you time to plan for it. So I'd like to know about sort of what that planning looks like and how you plan to implement it. On the sort of, you know, I appreciated the cost report yesterday, the conversation in the compensation committee. I do continue to wonder, and this was a question we asked yesterday, the 5-year plan makes a lot of sense, and I appreciate the forethought into how we're going to apply the savings and get to and implement the collaborative model at the same time. But when we're talking about future savings, I think it's really important to understand how that hiring plan will work and sort of how you'll onboard the positions, what your ability, how quickly you can hire, and sort of what the successes and maybe lessons learned from your experience in the 58 investment positions you had in 18-19. So I still think, you know, we're generally supportive of the 5-year plan. Obviously, you're doing a lot of work. So I think that's the one question, the cadence of what that looks like, what you learned from the previous 58 positions before you add 109, and also just a more precise plan for that 5% reduction. So those are sort of my 3 buckets of questions, in whichever order you want to take them, Julie. I know they're about both topics.
So I can address the 5%. We're still unsure in some areas how the 5% will affect us. And so we've been trying to work with the state in terms of getting information. We just got additional information yesterday on how that's going to be implemented. And we still have a lot of questions because the way that we budget is not as straightforward because we have so many different buckets of continuous appropriations, we have technology appropriations, we have our pension solution funding. And so we don't have a clear direction yet. And so that's why we didn't include it. We know that we will take and participate in the cost mitigation efforts of the state. We know that we will do a reduction in our operating expenses. But until we know for sure what that total number is, we didn't want to put one number in the budget today and then have it change. And so we're waiting and just to do a final one-time adjustment, and then we'll update the board on what that adjustment is. Okay,
thank you. Because the 5% is a permanent reduction. So I understand sort of the variances that you have, and as you can imagine, everyone has a similar sort of situation in how they're operating. So I just would advise that as you look at it, because it's permanent over time, that should add some clarity because you're not making one-time adjustments. So I think it would be an interesting item to bring back to the board to understand sort of what that savings looks like over a longer horizon. It's actually intended for that because of organizations like CalSTRS that we look to for leaders as to how we can have those permanent adjustments.
Yeah. So we'll definitely update the board as soon as we finalize that number.
Okay.
In terms of,
I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. In terms of the hiring plan, sorry, before I move on with that, did that answer your question, Gil, on the 5%?
Yeah, I just think as long as we have the update, I think that would be really helpful.
Okay, yep. And in terms of the hiring plan, I'd probably ask if Scott or Chris are on the call, if they'd like to talk specifically regarding their plan.
You bet. Chris Alman, Chief Investment Officer for the plan. Your question also, Gail, about lessons learned. So 3.5 years ago, Department of Finance, we wanted to be continuously appropriated like CalPERS. They said, why don't you try a 5-year business plan? We came in with that initial plan. And I'd say, Gail, the biggest learning we did was the collaborative model. That, you know, we're just beginning to talk about alternative business models. We came in with a 5-year plan that was very similar, basically based on AUM, assets under management growth. So it was only 55 positions. During that time period, we came up with the idea of the collaborative model, started to implement it, and we hired Scott, and that's when it really used up the positions. So I had a 5-year plan that we used up in 3.5 years, 3 years. I own that. This time we sat down with everybody really thinking through the collaborative model in more detail. And that's what presented this proposal. To be honest, we're very good at forecasting out 3 years. Year 4 and year 5 are a bit tougher to try and figure out, but we really thought through where we would recruit people, different locations, the overall org chart structure of the investment office. But things like we talked about yesterday, the idea of a potential opportunistic portfolio, we hadn't even thought of that back in July or last winter when we were putting the budget together. I think this plan gives us the next flexibility. I think we definitely can stay within it for the next 5 years. That's the key. And I think every time we do this, we'll obviously learn more in each iteration and fine tune it even better. Scott, do you want to talk about the hiring plan?
Sure. Yeah, it's. I think as Chris was saying, we planned. We met with all the divisions probably over 9 months and planned out the hirings. It actually started off as a larger number. We shrunk it and shrunk it and shrunk it into something that we thought was more effective and efficient. We have 91 hires over the 5 years. As Chris is saying, a lot of those, I'd say it's skewed a little bit more towards the first 3 than the back half, just slightly skewed. Essentially, I think we have more visibility in terms of the forward 2-3 years out, and less visibility in 2 years 4 and 5. But even so, we made adjustments and tried to smooth it out a little bit more because of that phenomena that historically we've seen that happen, and so we adjusted for that as well. I think from a hiring perspective for us, it's been difficult and a little bit slower, but I think the quality of our hires has really been fantastic. In the recent round, just looking at anecdotally some of our private markets folks. We were hiring people from family offices, sovereign wealth funds. We hired somebody from a private equity fund, and we're hiring folks from endowments. And so I think it is bringing in some of the more direct skills. And I think that the quality is super high. I would say it's been slow, but slower than we had hoped. But the quality of hiring has been, I believe it's just been excellent in some of these areas, and particularly the focus of some of the private markets where we've been focused on building some more of those direct skills.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I do wonder though, as you so we look back from where you started to where you're going, have you implemented new onboarding? Is there how are you building your current team to see who can fill those positions? What sort of internal strengths are you working towards? I mean, I do think, or I would hope that given what you know and given what you learned, some of this is about mentoring your current team. Some of it is about onboarding folks to get with the culture quickly. I mean, I do think these next 5 years are sort of the proof point of this. So I think this is partially who you're bringing in and what happens with the collaborative model, but also how effective they are over a time horizon. And I think that is much less about sort of this who's coming to CalSTRS to implement co-investments, and it's also about your internal strengths in terms of onboarding and education and the cultural pieces that I think you uniquely have. But I think it's going to take a little bit of planning to really make sure your team is fully aware of that. So, but that's helpful. I just hope we can understand some of that a little bit better in terms of your onboarding.
Well, Gail, I'd even add to that list of all those challenges. We're doing this in a COVID environment. These positions aren't going to become real until next summer. This is next year's budget. And the other challenge that I'm trying to lay on top of that and Phil is the succession planning. This is really about recruiting Gen X and millennials into the staff, not more baby boomers. So we need that middle level associate portfolio manager, because those are your directors and PMs of the future.
Yeah, and Gail, you bring up a great point, and it's hard for us to answer these questions, holistically and hit every point. But strengthening our staff is really something that's front and center. I mean, more than even hiring new staff is our focus, and that's something that coming in as an outsider coming into CalSTRS for the last 2+ years now, I think that's just a huge strength of CalSTRS. Really, we train leaders, and I haven't really seeing the types of programs we have here in other organizations where, we in investments, we have the Aspire program. So, you get leadership that can manage people and assets at the same time. Usually you go in an investment firm and they can only manage assets, and that becomes a bad thing because the culture starts to deteriorate. And it becomes, I see Jennifer nodding her head, she's got a lot of experience in that too, probably seeing some of these firms. That's what you end up having. And ours is, we definitely focus a lot on developing staff and giving people the opportunities to excel. And that way, it really starts to expand their strengths and the strengths of the organization. That was behind some of our conversation yesterday on building in some of the new classifications, because as we expand and the growth of our assets, the growth of our people, the more complexity in direct investing and the complexity of just moving more into private markets, we're going to need to strengthen the staff to accomplish our 5-year vision. So I didn't mean to not mention that, but it is, I would even count that as something that's more important to us than hiring new staff.
I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Bill Persant.
Thank you. And Julie, great report. Thank you very much. I have 2 questions, one going to the 5-year funding plan, which is probably just a pretty straightforward question. I didn't quite understand, and I guess it's on TRB 11, the statement that administrative authority for CalSTRS to deploy resources earlier than scheduled funding and resource forecast is provided above as needed in following board approval. How would that work? And if and the resources, if they're financial resources, are we talking about resources from a prospective fiscal year, or would they be within the existing budget? I didn't quite understand that.
Sure. So this provides the same flexibility that we did with the first multi-year plan. So the first multi-year plan was a 5-year plan, and we drew down the resources earlier than expected. And so it ended up being a 3-year plan. So this provides that same flexibility. So in year 2, if there was amazing investment opportunities and Chris came back to you, the board, and said, look, I need, next year we were going to hire 20 positions, but I need those this year instead. Then we would draw those 20 positions down earlier than expected. So that's all that flexibility does. But we still have to come back to you, provide that justification to you, and receive your approval.
Great. Okay. Thank you. And then the second question is to the basically the baseline budget. I noted that we had the $53 million deferral. I guess it was a deferral on the pension solution project. How does that? How do we fund going forward the pension solution project with this $53 million deferred now? Can you explain that?
Yes, no, it's not deferred. It was one-time money that we requested for 2021. So we needed $53 million to complete our budget for the project. The project is $304.8 million. We have that funding now to complete the project. So we don't need any additional funding. And so that's why that money's taken out. For 21, 22, we don't need another $53 million.
And then 22, 23, what amount are we looking at there?
None for pension solution. We have all the funding we need to complete that project.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes.
Sorry.
No, it's no problem.
Thanks, Bill. Any other board members with comments or questions? Okay, seeing none, before we look to taking action on the 2 resolutions, that staff, are there any members of the public that would like to address us on this item?
There are no members of the public in the queue for item 2.
Thank you, Samantha. So with no public comments, we will look at taking action on the 2 resolutions. We'll do them separately. The first resolution is on TRB 22 and 23. I'd entertain a motion on that resolution.
So moved.
And moved by Mr. Persant and seconded by Ms. Hendricks. We've got a motion on the floor. Any discussion on resolution on TRB 22 and 23? No additional discussion or questions. Jennifer, would you please take the roll?
Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks,
Yes.
Ms. Higa,
Yes.
Mr. Prezant,
Yes.
Ms. Erden,
Yes.
and Ms. Yamamoto,
Yes.
and Ms. Miller,
I'm abstaining.
Mr. Rufino,
Oh, unmute yourself on Zoom.
Yes.
Mr. Yamanaka,
Yes.
and Controller Yi.
Aye.
Chairperson Keeley, would you care to vote?
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Jennifer. The
Thank
next
you.
resolution is on TRB 24 and 25. In a motion.
So moved.
Been moved by Ms. Hendricks, seconded by Mr. Persant. Any further discussion on the resolution on page 24 and 25? Seeing none, Jennifer, would you take the roll, please?
Certainly. Ms. Bradford,
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks, Ms. Higa,
Yes.
Mr. Prezant,
Yes.
Ms. Erden,
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto,
Yes.
Ms. Miller,
Abstaining again, please.
Mr. Rufino,
Yes.
Mr. Yamanaka,
Yes.
Controller Yi,
Aye.
Chairperson Keeley, would you care to vote?
Yes.
Great. The motion passes.
Thanks, Jennifer.
Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to item 3 of the staff that's presenting for item 3, the public comments regulations, which of course has been before us at prior meetings.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I think Jack wants to.
Yeah, I
Jack.
just had one final point on the budget, and Julie, if you're still on the screen there. So I just want to make sure, I think what makes sense then is that we come back in for our short December board meeting with the final numbers on the 5%. By that point, we should have reached agreement with finance what the target is. And can we not just come back with those specific numbers, Julie, for the board in December then?
I'd be happy to, as long as those are finalized. I would suspect we could have those conversations with the Department of Finance before then, yes.
Yeah, I think it makes sense that the board then just cure that final number so we have a very clear picture of what the budget is. And Gail, I just want to assure you, we have full commitment to the 5%. We just want clarity on the target. And but we've been talking about it since it was initially announced. So we definitely know where we can try and find that money. So there should be no issue about that at all. So I just want to make sure you have our commitment.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And you have ours to work with you as well, obviously. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Jack. I had actually made a little note here to email you and Julie to make sure that we followed up, and we just did. So I don't have to send you the email. Thank you so much. Which brings us to item 3, public comment regulations. And I see Brian Bartow is on the screen. Brian, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Harry. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Brian. Good morning, Diane.
So this is a nice segue, actually, from the conversation between Jack and Gail on this collaboration on reaching results. I think this regulation is an example of that type of collaboration. The draft that you see before you, I think, strikes a nice balance between the public nature of our business and the magnitude and complexity of the issues that face the board and the committees. And it also, I think, reflects that it's a product of a very edifying interactive process with our stakeholder groups, which really resulted in an improved product. We received some very perspicacious comments from stakeholder groups, CTA, CFT, CalRTA, AXA. We got a letter on July 6th, comment letter, which greatly improved the regulations. And then we engaged in dialogue in early to mid-October. Again, I think honing the regulations to a much finer product. And I think what you see is really a much improved draft incorporating those comments. A lot of people have worked on these regulations up to this point, but I really feel like I should call out somebody whose quotidian efforts really have moved this forward to this point, and that's Salvador Sanchez, who you don't usually see. Salvador is an analyst in our public affairs unit who really has sort of been the glue in all of these efforts. So the comments are highlighted. The changes are highlighted. They track the comments that we received. If you approve this draft, we'll go out for another 15-day comment period. And we hope to bring, assuming that we don't have major changes after that comment period, we hope to bring back a final draft for your approval to submit to OAL. I'm happy to ask any question. And Diane, I don't know if you wanted to add anything to that.
No, Brian, you did a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian and Diane, for your efforts on this as well, and an excellent client advisory committee meeting that you led the other day. Did a great job. So questions for Brian or Diane? I see Ms. Yamamoto. Karen, we turn to you.
Thank you. Appreciate all the work that's been done up until now. My question is the whole issue of filling out a request form. Now, a lot of it we've already done before, but the part that kind of puzzles me, or I just wanted more clarity on, is if an item is being taken up and constituents see that there might be a comment that they want to make, but there's not enough time to put in a request for that, is that covered by that last line in these in the regulations then? That they don't have to do that and it's at the discretion of the presiding chair?
Yes, it is, and that's based upon the suggestions and the input from our stakeholders. We're trying to balance the administration of the meeting, so having people, submit forms or requests ahead of time really help the chair or presiding chair to allocate the time. So the time is time certain, let's say 30 minutes. And if there are 10 people that have submitted their request, then it's easy to divvy up that time, or at least gives the chair some idea. And it also allows us to put people in order, to make sure it's a fair process, that folks first get their name, and that's the order that will call them. But it's not meant to be preclusive of anyone else who wants to offer public comment. I think the real important piece is the amount of time that's offered for public comment and how that can best be used. So I thought that was an excellent suggestion by our stakeholders of a revision, and that's exactly what that language attempts to capture, is that there will be people who will be sitting during the conversation and had not thought that they wanted to offer a comment, but then said, okay, well, I see something I want to comment on, and let me try to get in that queue. So we are trying to balance those two.
So it doesn't really specify then that they have to have a speaker form.
That's right. It's not mandatory. It's suggested, but it's not mandatory.
Okay.
And that fits with the spirit and letter of Bagley-Keene as well.
Okay. And then another thing I was wondering is, since we're in a virtual format, how will this work? Because, CalSTRS has always been a more forward-thinking organization, and we're trying to figure out what's going to happen. So if this is done now, when is the effective date? And does it help in the virtual format? How does that affect the virtual format that we're in right now?
So the effective date will, of course, depend upon the process. Once we get it in OAL, and if they approve it, there could be some back and forth with them on getting the final product. And it would be effective once they're approved and filed with the Secretary of State. The interesting thing is, and this is, we've engaged in discussions, of course, with the board, but also our stakeholders. This really memorializes the policies that you have tried to adopt over the years, and you're actually exercising those right now. And so I wouldn't see a major change, but I also, as far as what we're doing now, I think the process is working. We also have to be cognizant that Bagley-Keene has not changed. We're operating under the executive orders. So it was drafted with the Bagley-Keene requirements as they are currently written in mind. If there were to be some sort of permanent change to the meeting laws, we would then, revise the regulations accordingly.
Okay.
But right now, I think we're in a pretty good spot to capture what it is that you're trying to do and have done.
Okay. So right now, so when would be the earliest that you think that this regulation might begin or might be implemented?
Well, some of it
Just take a guess.
I'm trying to read the tea leaves of the of someone who's not under my control. But we have assuming we have your approval today, we'll go out for a 15-day comment period. I think we're scheduled to bring it back to you in January.
Okay.
If you approve it, we will submit the entire package to OAL. By the way, Salvador will be doing all that work. That's why I called him out for what a great job he does. And then OAL will review it. And assuming that there are no major changes in the 15 days, so we don't have to redraft it, that OAL finds it satisfactory. It depends upon their work cycle. So I'm not great at prognostication, but I would say maybe July 1st, the day Jack leaves. That's it, June 30th. We'll get it. That's everything's going to happen the day Jack leaves.
Okay. Okay. So we're still a ways off yet. We're in this process. So okay.
We are. We can see the light at the end of the tunnel, which
okay,
I'm
got it.
I'm gratified for.
All right. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
No other questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Karen. Any other questions or comments for staff on this item? Seeing none, do we have any members of the public that would like to address the board on this item?
We have 2 members of the public in queue for item 3.
Thank you. 3 minutes each, please. We could have them address the board. Thank you.
Okay, our first caller is Kevin. Kevin, go ahead.
Yes, good morning, CalSTRS board members. My name is Kevin Welch. I am the Vice Chair of the Retirement Committee for the California Teachers Association. CTA appreciates the work done by the CalSTRS staff regarding the proposed regulatory amendments to the public comment framework. On July 6, 2020, a letter was submitted to CalSTRS on behalf of CTA, CFT, ASSA, and CalRTA that proposed amendments that we believe would appropriately balance the board's desires for public speech and meeting efficiency. We appreciated the subsequent conversations with CalSTRS staff and their efforts to integrate certain amendments. The recommendations in comment 1 of the agenda item are certainly a step in the right direction. However, we were disappointed that the language proposed to the board today failed to incorporate other key suggestions. First, we urge the board to strike the following sentence from the regulations. Completed public comment requests must be submitted to a designated staff member prior to the start of the public comment period to secure time to speak. CalSTRS is a public agency that acts on matters of national and international importance, and while the prior sentence does say encourage, it is our belief that the inclusion of this sentence could stifle public discourse. We strongly object to the suggestion that members of the public not be able to secure time to speak on such matters. The duration and manner of that speech is the board's prerogative with or without these regulations, but the idea the public may be silenced for not submitting a speaker request form is contrary to our beliefs and to CalSTRS' role in the public realm. Second, we continue to be concerned with any practice or regulation that limits student voice or participation in a democratic practice. The fact that the speaker is not 18 years old does not diminish the validity of their perspective. Thank you for your consideration of these comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Next speaker, can I answer?
Our next speaker is Jennifer. Jennifer, go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Jennifer Baker with the California Retired Teachers Association. Kevin just did an excellent job summarizing the perspectives of a coalition of organizations that are planning on submitting an additional letter later on today. That also includes, as Kevin noted, the California Teachers Association, Association of California School Administrators, the California Retired Teachers Association, and we may have an additional organization that I'm not at liberty to note as of yet that may be signing on to the letter to be submitted. It does incorporate the comments that Kevin just noted to you, so to save time, I won't get into those. I did want to note we are very appreciative of the willingness of CalSTRS to work with us on this very important topic. We appreciate the time that Sal and Brian and his team have all spent on this issue, and we hope that we might be able to continue to work in a collaborative way to find a format that works for the board that also allows stakeholders and the public to be able to have access to the work that you do as we move forward. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks, Jennifer.
That
Samantha, any?
the callers in the queue.
Thank you. Appreciate the public's comments and staff's work with our stakeholders and continued work with the stakeholders on this item. There is a recommendation on TRB 29. Just from my perspective, Brian, correct me if I'm wrong. The term that Mr. Walsh referenced, the one word was encouraged. I view that as optional and not mandatory, and that the chair of a committee would have discretion. Is that correct?
That's correct, and that's the and I appreciate the comments as well. That is the language that we're proposing is trying to reach that balance. So it is encouraged. It's not a requirement, and it is part of an attempt to allow for efficiency of your meetings, which is really the underlying purpose of the regulation. We'd be happy to, we're going to put this out for another 15 days and look forward to the comments that we receive. You'll see that the privacy policy was deleted from the regulation, and that was the one that was your policy that addresses underage speakers or minor speakers. So again, that was a compromise that we reached. So I think we're well on our way. I think we may be able to get the language in subsection H, perhaps to everyone's satisfaction. So I think that we can look forward to working with our stakeholders during the next comment period. And then when we bring something back to you in January, it'll all be baked in and ready to go.
Thanks so much, Brian. I just want to be very direct and clear. The board in no way is interested in stifling public comments. As a teacher myself, as someone who was a local union president and who knows the stakeholder groups intimately well, this board is not interested in stifling public comments at all. In fact, we embrace public comments, including the voices of our children. I'm a dad of 2 kids, and there's no way I'm going to stifle the voices of children. At the same time, we do have business that we have to conduct, and our staff is trying to work with our stakeholders, and we have a open door policy with stakeholders to try to find the right balance, and that's what we're trying to do. And with that, I will look to someone to make a motion on the item, which is a staff recommendation, which is on TRB 28, which is to go out, post this with the amendments for a 15-day public comment, and for our staff to continue to interact with our stakeholders, and if prepared to come back in January. So there's a motion on a recommendation on TRB 28.
I'm sorry, may I make an edit on the fly? I apologize for this, but I really, I hear what our stakeholders are saying, and it's the perception, which I think also reflects what you just said, Harry, and the board. And so I'd like to, in subsection H, it says completed public comment request must be submitted. I'd like to change that word to should be. I think the language, that it's not supposed to be draconian. And so I don't know if that one word in there is causing difficulty, but I would like to change it.
Yeah, without objection, Brian. We'll amend that. So the motion will reflect that as amended by our general counsel. So if that's appropriate.
Mr. Chair, I'll move as amended.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. Is there a second?
Second.
To Ms. Yamamoto, thank you. The staff recommendation on TRB 28 as amended has been moved and properly seconded. Is there any additional comments or questions? Seeing none, Jennifer, would you please take the roll?
Sure. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Hendricks?
Yes.
Ms. Higa?
Yes.
Mr. Prezant?
Yes.
Ms. Erden?
Yes.
Ms. Yamamoto?
Yes.
Ms. Miller?
Yes.
Mr. Rufino?
Yes.
Mr. Yamanaka?
Yes.
Controller Yi?
Aye.
Chairperson Keeley, would you care to vote?
Yes.
All right, the motion passes.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you, Brian. Thanks, Diane.
Thank
Brings
you.
us to item 4. The remaining item in open session are information items. Item 4 is the CalSTRS basic financial statement as of June 30th, 2020. And I see a familiar face and a not so familiar face. So Julie, I'm going to turn it over to you. And Mr. Famala, is it? Fatuma, nice to see you on our screen. And Julie, I'll turn it over to you and look forward to your presentation. Information item.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. Again, I'm Julie Underwood, the Chief Financial Officer, and I'm joined today by Bankole Fatunla. He is our Senior Financial Reporting Manager, and we're presenting a review of CalSTRS basic financial statements for the fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Now, the basic financial statements were audited by our external auditor, Crowe, and they issued an unqualified opinion, which means our basic financial statements are free of material misstatements and are presented fairly in all material respects. So that's great news. For those of you not on the ARM committee, I would encourage you to listen into Crowe's presentation tomorrow when they present their reports to the committee. Now, I also wanted to mention that CalSTRS did receive from the Government Finance Officers Association a Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting for our 2019 CAFR and an award for Outstanding Achievement in Popular Annual Financial Reporting for our 2019 PAFR. And details for those two awards are included in Jack's CEO report on item number 5. I just wanted to personally thank all the staff for their hard work and dedication in ensuring that we produce award-winning financial statements. So now I'm going to turn it over to Banky, and he is going to provide you highlights of our financial statements. Banky?
Thank you, Julie. As I go through the presentation, I would ask that you turn with me through the report. The report starts on TRB 32. The independent auditor's report, which Julie referenced and provides the unqualified opinion, is presented on TRB 34. Now, the financial statements is comprised of 4 sections: Management's Disclosure and Analysis, or MD&A, the basic financial statements, required supplementary information, and other supplementary information. The MD&A starts on TRB 34, TRB 37 rather, and it provides a readable and analytical overview of CalSTRS financial activities for the fiscal year. It also serves as an introduction to the basic financial statements. Now, the basic financial statements, which start on TRB 54, consist of the statement of fiduciary net position, the statement of changes in fiduciary net position, and the related note disclosures. Now, the statement of fiduciary net position, which I mentioned is on TRB 54, serves as the balance sheet for CalSTRS. It provides the assets and the liabilities of the system, and it shows the difference between the two as net position. Now, if you look to the bottom right of that report, you'll note that CalSTRS had $248.3 billion in net position as of June 30, 2020. And this reflects an increase of approximately $8.3 billion from the prior year. The change is primarily driven by net investment income, as well as contributions from members, employers, and the state. These changes and other changes to net position are detailed on the statement of changes in fiduciary net position, which is presented on the next page on TRB 55. This schedule, the statement of changes in fiduciary net position, serves as the income statement for CalSTRS. It shows the inflows and outflows of resources for the system. If you look to the top right section of the report, you note total contributions from members, employers in the state of California of $14.5 billion. And in the section right below, you'll also, about the middle of the page, you note net investment income of $10.1 billion. Now, these increases in net position were offset by various deductions, the most significant of which are benefit payments. And those total $15.7 billion in the current year. Now, this reflects an increase of about 5%, which is pretty consistent historically. We've seen this trend over the last few years. And that increase is primarily driven by increases in the number of retirees and their beneficiaries, as well as the annual 2% adjustment that's added to members' benefit allowances. On the following page, on TRB 56, the notes to the basic financial statements, which accompany these financial statements, provide additional information that provide context to the amounts reported on the statement of fiduciary net position and the statement of changes in fiduciary net position. Notes 1 and 2 provide an overview of CalSTRS plans and programs, and also highlights the significant accounting policies that provide a framework to all financial reporting. Now, if I might, if you could turn with me to TRB 67, and now I'll give you a moment to get there. TRB 67 presents Note 3, and this provides disclosures on the net pension liability of the State Teachers Retirement Plan, or STRIP. As of June 30, 2020, the NPL, or net pension liability, was $96.9 billion. Now, the information presented here is different from the information provided in the valuation reports that were presented to you earlier in the year. The information here is based on GAAP, whereas the information in the valuation report is based on is measured based on board policy, the different assumptions and different actuarial practices and standards. Also, it's important to note that this liability of $96.9 billion is not reported on our balance sheet. It's not shown in our financial statements. It represents the liability that the employers and the state have for the benefits provided through the plan. And they are required by accounting guidance to report their proportionate share of these liabilities on their financial statements. Turning on to TRB 69. Note 5 discloses information related to CalSTRS investments. These include disclosures related to required investment risk disclosures. And on TRB 69, we present the money-weighted rate of return of the State Teachers Retirement Plan investments. And that rate was 4.2% for fiscal year ended June 30, 2020. Now, this rate, you'll note, is different from the time-weighted rate of return, which was published by the investment branch of 3.9% net of fees. The difference between these two rates is that the rate published by the investment branch is based on common industry practices, investment industry practices that reflect the way we manage our portfolio. However, the money-weighted rate of return is a gap measure, and it really reflects the investments of the investments of the strip, the performance of the investment of the strip, when you take into consideration cash flows such as contributions and benefit payments. Also within Note 5, on the following page on TRB 70, we present the schedule of investments. And this gives a very detailed view of the different types of investments that are within the broad categories of investments that we show on our statement of fiduciary net position. On TRB 89, we provide disclosures related to CalSTRS debt obligations. These consist of amounts under the master credit facility portfolio, as well as information on the bond liability for the bonds that were issued in December 2019 related to the construction of CalSTRS headquarter expansion project. The one thing to note is that this was one of the notable changes that we made from the prior year in our reporting. And the disclosures that we have here provide details on the liability, which total $339.4 million. And this liability, or the amounts under that, consist of the project costs, capitalized interest, and other financing costs. On TRB 91, we also provide required supplementary information schedules. These schedules present certain required pension and other post-employment benefit information. They give readers information related to the components of the net pension liability of the state teachers retirement plan, as well as the net OPEB liability, or net other post-employment benefit liability of the Medicare premium payment program. It also provides information on the changes in those liabilities year over year. Lastly, on TRB 97, we present other supplementary information schedules. Now, these provide additional details on administrative and investment expenses, including the details on the components of administrative expenses, as well as a detailed list of consultants paid for investment and administrative services during the year. And with that, I'll turn it back to Julie.
Thank you, Banky. I just wanted to mention before we close out here that there are no GASB standards that are anticipated to have a significant impact on our financial statements in the coming year. However, we continue to monitor GASB's agendas and exposure drafts that may affect us, including some work that they're undergoing today regarding our MD&A clarification, derivative accounting, as well as investment fees. So with that, we'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Julie, and thank you, Banky, for the presentation and referencing the notes in this comprehensive document. I thought that was very helpful in directing us to the appropriate pages and highlighting the most important issues that we need to capture. I especially, in reading the document myself, learned quite a bit about some of our expenses, et cetera, that we talk so much about. A lot of the details are right there for us to see in terms of fees and payments that we pay to outside firms. So with that, let's see if there are any questions. Joy. Good morning, Joy.
Good morning, Harry. Thank you. No questions. I think Julie and Banky in particular, I just want to thank you for the presentation. We are, as we learn every time we meet, whether it's an investment committee or this committee or audits tomorrow, we are an incredibly complex organization. I think your ability to help lead a team that pulls all this information together and then is able to pull out some of the highlights to flag for us is really helpful. As Harry said, looking through everything, I I am reminded of aspects of how we manage portions of the fund that are important, I think, for all of us to remember as trustees. So no questions, but just a thank you. Thanks and good job.
Thank you, Joy.
Any other questions or comments for Julie or Benke? Okay, seeing none, this is just an information item for us to receive the report. Samantha, do we have any members of the public that want to address us on this item?
We have no members of the public in queue.
Thanks, Samantha. Thank you, Julie. Thank you, Benke.
Thank you.
Brings us to our next item, our CEO report. Jack, you get to follow the financial statements.
Exactly. And, I, for one, I love reading financial statements, and
it tells us a lot.
and they have come a long way in this organization. I think anyone that's had exposure to the corporate world know that just is fundamental to any business, is getting these right, getting them presented correctly, having them done in a professional manner. And I appreciate Julie and Benke's presentation and their commitment to this. We really work hard at these. They consume an enormous number of hours, not just for Julie's group, but for all the people in an organization that have to provide information that goes into those financial statements. So every year that cycle begins, and it's a lot of work. So let me just focus on a couple things for you in this report. We're doing well on time here, I see. For our upcoming meeting, it's December 9th. That's our next regularly scheduled board meeting. And as you saw, the 4 items that I highlighted for you on page 106, plus the addition of the budgetary item I mentioned earlier, a 5th item, that board meeting currently fits well within your 2-hour goal. So I think that looks good. The 2 items of substance there, though, are your annual actuarial funding report. Rick and David were listening closely to the investment committee yesterday, and we will make sure that the comments we heard that impact the funding projections are incorporated. So that should be a very good item for us to discuss in December. And then we have some legislation to talk about, and you're going to hear a little bit more about that this afternoon. So those are 2 of the larger items driving the conversation in December. So let me start on the CEO report, a couple items to highlight and add a little information around our path forward around the COVID crisis as well, because I didn't write about it this time, but there are some developments around that. But first off, let me skip to the section on the ombudsman, and Tom Barrett, who runs this program along with Patty Clark, is listening. And Tom, if you turn your camera on, I would like people to see you. But there he is. We try and focus on an operational area of the organization so that you get to dip into really what happens on the ground when we do the CEO report each meeting. And this is the annual report you see from the Ombudsman program, which Tom leads for us. But this is a little more special this time. Most importantly, because Tom has been our Ombudsman for 18 years. Starting just about in this role when I started at the organization, but he had been a CalSTRS employee about 4 years before that. And if any of you have had interactions with corporations, you know how that provide customer service. You know things go wrong in processes, they go wrong in communications at times, and there needs to be a truly independent person in a business that allows customers and access into that organization, have someone with fresh eyes, that's knowledgeable, focused, helping that customer through the process. And hopefully it's an intermediary step. You certainly don't want frustrated customers calling up their attorney and looking for litigation as the next step in resolving a problem. So having a vibrant ombudsman program is absolutely so important to a business. So Tom, unfortunately, but he's looking pretty happy, is heading to retirement here in just a couple months. And I will tell you something special about Tom. If I had to pick one employee in all of CalSTRS that every single employee knows, it's Tom. absolutely all 1,200 employees know this individual, partly because of his work, but also partly because of his commitment to the organization. He is our chief cheerleader for the organizational culture at CalSTRS and does an amazing job, not just of getting us to focus on members' interests, but also taking care of each other. And Tom, again, we're going to miss you so much. You have helped us do so many good things in this organization. And thanks again. Tom, you can open your mic if you want to just say anything there, but don't make a speech.
Jack, thanks very much. I appreciate the kind words, and I'm looking forward to retirement. And I know that CalSTRS will be finding a new ombudsperson who will do the things that you just mentioned. Look after the interests of the members.
Thank you, Tom.
Jack, before you go on, can I jump in real quick and just
Absolutely.
say something about Tom? Just because I feel like, Tom, you and I have a special relationship because I've interacted with you before I was on the board, when I was just in the audience with Carolyn Widener, and you kind of showed me the ropes on. I've never run for anything in my life, so running for the CalSTRS board is a unique experience. And so I just want to say personally that I've always appreciated whenever I had a question or concern and I was stressing out about things, you just were so helpful to me. And you were the first person I really interacted with kind of on the staff side as I was getting ready to come on the board. And so I just want to thank you for that, because I think like a lot of people, like the secretaries at our schools or like the ombudsman of CalSTRS, that first interaction with someone sometimes really says something about the culture of the organization. And you really set the tone. And so I just want to thank you for that, because it's just never left me how much you helped me when I was just trying to figure things out. And so I just wanted to say, I just wish you all the best. And this is like a great, 18 years and retiring, and we just wish you all the best in your retirement, Tom. So enjoy.
Absolutely. As you can see, Tom still looks pretty fresh and pretty young there. And as I put in the report, Tom has handled probably with Patty, his colleague, nearly 6,500 cases. And someone that approaches Tom and Patty is someone that has frustrated usually and concerned and possibly even angry. And it requires a lot of emotional energy to embrace that and to, one, represent the organization, but also make sure that there is empathy there for the member, so that they're treated respectfully, that they know that there's an independent person that will take the time to consider their issues. So this is one tough job to do for 18 years. I just can't say enough. Customer service is tough, but then handling severe complaints year in, year out, and then having to get he can't do his job without the collaboration of all the other service areas of the organization. He can't by himself sitting in his office solve a problem. He has to reach out to survivor benefits, service retirement, member services, talk about the issues, talk about the process. It's like counting ballots. It's very complicated to get it right. And Tom has really, really made this his passion and made the organization feel that members can really always come to him and get a fair shake, which is what it's about. So again, Tom, for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know you're going to have a great retirement and you've got some great plans in place, but we wish you well.
Good health, Tom. Thank you so much. Stay healthy and have fun.
All right, so I will just mention a couple other small things here in the report. I started out by giving you some COVID statistics. These obviously are sad statistics about our membership, but I think, and I wanted to give them some public transparency. That's why they're in the report today. If you saw, I gave you those data through August 31st. If we go 1 month later, that number goes from about 101 deaths to 120 deaths at the end of September. The actuaries will have a small section about this in their report for you in December, just to kind of show you how does this fit with other issues. But obviously, it's a large number of people under any measure. So the actuaries will look at that. As you saw, there's a disproportionate number in the Southern California, Los Angeles area. But I think for all of us following COVID in California, that's certainly understandable. And then the vast majority of cases are as expected with our retirees. But we will continue to monitor this and provide you that data month by month. And again, very sad. In this path forward conversation relative to the organization, let me fill in a couple pieces since we haven't talked about that since last time. First, on service delivery, I just wanted to pick out one service statistic for you from this last month, so you have some confidence in the operation of the organization. And again, I'm going to look to our customer service division, our call center, all operating from home for the first time since this crisis began, but we had never run a call center on this basis. But their service to our members for last month, for October, our target performance level is 70% in 30 seconds or less of the calls. And they actually exceeded this by 10 percentage points. In October, they answered 80% of the calls at that performance level. And the average wait time was 39 seconds. And again, I would challenge any of you that have called any company out there for service these days, and you're used to hearing that constant little jingle, we're sorry, we have so many calls this time, you will be on wait for X number of minutes. And so again, our staff has been very able to handle the volume and address our members' needs. We also have some very good news on the Pension Solution Project. I wanted to kind of mention it isn't just about the member services we're focused on now, but I'm not going to tell you what it is because I want the Pension Solution Project to give you the full report in December. But just you'll need my assurance for now that the project is going on, but we did reach an important turning point in the project. And I'm going to let Cassandra, Prashant, and Ashish really give you that briefing in December, and it's exciting for us. In terms of people working, we still are exactly where we were where I last spoke to you. We have about 92 to 94% of all staff working at home every day. We measure the who goes through the turnstiles by branch every day. I've got charts and graphs of everything for every day since March. And it hasn't changed a lot. On Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, it's between 40 and 60 employees. On Wednesday, it's about 100 because we have some benefit staff in putting together some member information. But for the most part, each day, it's our administrative services staff, and they have just been stellar in keeping the organization going, getting our mail image so the rest of us can work on it. So that administrative services staff has really been the engine of the organization working in the building. Last thing, I think you'll find this interesting. I try and survey the employees about every 2 to 3 weeks on 3 or 4 questions. We do what's called pulse surveys. We give the staff 24 hours to answer the survey, and it's just quick answers. And we've had very good response rates. We generally have between 700 and 800 employees that answer the surveys each month. But I wanted to tell you the 3 questions that we asked this month that are pretty interesting. We wanted to find out as things begin to open, what are the things that you're comfortable doing, and what would you go out and do? And not surprisingly, people still cite going to a grocery store, going to a services store, seeing a doctor or dentist. Now we're all catching up now on healthcare, and people are now going back and doing physical appointments. But I did want one question particularly in this survey this month, and that is your willingness to get on an airplane. And we also asked the employees what branch they work in. So I'm looking for variance across the organization, not just the aggregate statistics. And it was interesting. This number came back far more conservative than I expected. Regardless of what branch you worked in at CalSTRS, only 4 to 6% of the employees said they were ready to think about flying again. So that's still, in terms of travel, still quite a distant issue. The next question we asked are kind of what are the obstacles? What are the factors that are weighing on you that prevent you from feeling that you can go out, do things the way you want, etc. Number one is the availability of a vaccine. So that clearly now is front and center in everyone's view. Number two is when children come back in school. So the healthcare issue and the availability of school for children are driving everyone's worries as employees. So, and then the third one, we wanted to ask them, well, if a COVID vaccine were available, would you take it? So try and get a number in your mind what you think people guessed at this, answered this. For our staff, 39% of the staff said yes. 12% said no. And 50% said, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. So as you can tell, there's a lot that needs to still happen about giving people confidence in where this vaccine development is before they'll make a commitment to taking it. So I am doing town halls again with the staff next month, in the early part of next month. And basically we had given employees a view of how we would manage the organization through January. So we want to give them that view for January through March, the next quarter. But not a lot has changed for us in terms of the dynamics within the organization. We're getting the work done, having 92, 94% of the staff at home. So I'm expecting that we will be close to this same operational mode for the coming months as well. So that is that on the COVID issue. And the final point, just on the headquarters expansion, we provide you that lengthy report, as you saw on the concrete issue that seems to have worked its way through. We have been able to get the adequate supplies we need. So our one risk that we remain focused on is the final leg of approval from the state fire marshal for the interiors part of the building. We would have started by now, frankly, working on some of the interiors issues. So that work is now being pushed forward. We have some play in our schedule still for probably another 30 to 60 days. But if we don't get approvals by that time, then there starts to be schedule and monetary impact. So that is definitely got the heart of our attention, is getting those final plan approvals from the state fire marshal. Given the situation in California around fires, and clearly the part of the issue is, and very legitimately, is they've been focused on the issues affecting the public. It appears with the change in the fire management that there is more staffing going on in the offices, and we would hope that for the plan checking that goes on, the more normal business of that office can start to get done in the next 2 months. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman. If there's any questions, I can answer those.
Thanks, Jack. Any questions or comments for Jack? Okay, Gail. Yep.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Jack, for everything you're doing to keep up culture during this time. It's really impressive. I love the idea of those pulse surveys. That's super interesting and seems reflective of where a lot of the world is. How much of the expansion project is done, and sort of what does your planning look like in a COVID world if we may not even have the vaccine is taking a long time. We're seeing private companies talking about, Google, who's committed to coming back in person, is saying July of 2021, but maybe longer if schools aren't open. So I'm just wondering sort of what your planning is and what you think capacity in the buildings will look like, if you sort of have any plan Bs for some of that as we see this work from home posture change so dramatically across the world. Sure.
And absolutely, we do have plan Bs and Cs we're thinking about around that. First, in terms of the construction of the project, I committed to you that we would do this project on budget and on time. And even with the COVID crisis, that has not impacted either. Frankly, the budget looks good. Right. And I'm going to come back when this is finished, and I'm going to say we finished this under budget. But the budget looks good. The schedule, I am a tad worried because of the fire marshal issues. But apart from that, there have been no no structural or construction issues that really said, we've got this wrong. We need to go back and redesign something. We've gotten really pretty good at this. We are now making decisions, though, on things specifically that you're talking about, which is the interior layout. How does that reflect new thinking around distancing, health, all those issues? That's exactly where we are in the design decision making now. We are been visiting carefully for the furniture showroom of the vendor that we're using to look at alternative structures to use for the staff, really getting down to who faces who and how much space and all those things. So we'll be making those decisions probably in the next 2 to 3 months so that the orders can be placed for the proper interior layouts. And then in terms of the staffing itself, the people part of it, we watch those announcements just as you said, and it is important always to look at those announcements of businesses by the nature of their business. I mean, there will be a different answer for different industry sectors. The technology sector may have a different answer than a food company, obviously, or a more retail-oriented company. So I always am careful about those generalizations that come from organizations, because we've got to then think about, well, how do we do our work and what do members expect to have for service? But we are certainly coming around to thinking that we would not be operating like today, but it will be a mixed environment and probably not a situation where someone's totally at home or totally at the office, but some of both that will go on. There are some, maybe it's worthy of another conversation. There are absolutely some negative dynamics that are coming from this lengthy telecommuting. And I think our investment staff certainly see that. I mean, I hear over and over again in meetings, gosh, I wish we could have a better team environment. I wish we could do this. So we've got to do our best to think forward to those times. But our one advantage in this decision is that the more people, if we felt there was more capacity in the headquarters building, expansion building than we first thought, then we will in fact start moving more people out of the current headquarters into that building and lease more of the space. So that is going to be our calibration of the lease of capacity. And I do think we're already looking at a couple other areas of the organization to consider having that transition into the headquarters expansion. So I'm going to use that as our ability to take advantage, if you will, and get more lease revenue for the organization. On the one hand, I think a simple reaction could be, well, does that work? Because if all the businesses are pulling back, what is the opportunity to lease? But I mean, our local advantage here is that there have been some Class A commercial buildings that are now on hold because of what we're talking about, because exactly of your question. And that puts us at a bit of an advantage that we're getting through this project in another year and 3 quarters, and we will have Class A space available. So we're positioned well in the market. When we visit with our leasing agent, they've shown no concerns at this point on tenant availability. So we are still in early discussions with one possible tenant. So that's the plan. It's to actually absolutely make a commitment to a mixed work environment, consider moving more people over, consider leasing more space.
Wow, that's fantastic. Thank you. And then I have a little bit of a non sequitur. Have you had to rethink your HVAC system, given what we know about transmission of a respiratory virus? Or is that?
I thought I don't know if Lisa's available. I thought we did have to, in fact, upgrade our filters that were on the building, our current building. But Lisa, are you right there? I didn't know if you're on there you are. I thought we had done some HVAC changes going on. And we've also, by the way, we've been a pilot program with SEIU, I should say, around cleaning of buildings these last couple of years. We piloted their green cleaning building, and I believe they now have a new training program, do they not, around the COVID crisis, if I'm not. And again, we volunteered our building to be a training ground for those janitors, and we're doing graduation with them just in a week. which I love doing. I did it last time with them, and it's really exciting to see kind of the energy with our custodial staff to want to take care of a building and to want to support the staff. So I love working with them on that program. But Lisa?
Hold on a second, Jack. Hold on, Lisa. Hold on a second.
Okay.
Hold on. I'm looking at the time, and I know the importance of this. I know the importance of this question, and I know the passion that many of us feel about this project. At the same time, we have a full agenda in front of us. I do think, Jack and Gail, that this item, this topic, because it's the magnitude of it and the touch points it has and all of the uncertainty around workplace, that this might be a topic that we actually have a agendized item on so that we can give it the appropriate time and focus that many of us probably want to have on it. So I just wanted to put that out there to you. So Lisa, we want to hear from you now, but then we're going to go to we're going to take a 5-minute break after you, and then we're going to come back to John Stanton.
Sure. Just to answer the question about the filtration, we've definitely upgraded our filtration in the building to make sure that the air is as healthy as possible. So that answers that. And I would say that the building has never been cleaner. I mean, if you walk into our building, it looks brand spanking new. So the time that the janitors have put in to make sure that surfaces are wiped down and cleaned, they're really taking the extra time and effort to make sure that everybody that is working in the building feels safe and secure and that they're working in a really clean environment.
They're a terrific group, just amazing people. Yep.
Couldn't agree more.
Thanks, everyone. Thank you, Jack. Thanks, Lisa. Thanks, Gail, for the question. And we will follow up with probably an item on this topic. Okay. We can give it appropriate time. Okay. So it is almost 10:30, and I know John Stanton is, yes, we're going to take a little break.
I think we have a couple speakers.
We do. Okay.
Item 5 for Jack's report, I believe. Samantha, is that accurate? Just want to make sure.
Yes, we have one caller in the queue right now.
Go ahead.
Okay. Our one caller will be Richard. Richard, go ahead.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. My name is Richard Hansen, and I've been covering CalSTRS activities over the past 20 plus years. And I want to thank Jack for his report, but I also want to take this time to thank and congratulate Tom Barrett on his retirement. Over those years, I was active as the president of my local union at the Foothill De Anza Community College District. I was also president and on the board of FAC for pretty much that whole time. Also then for about the last 10 plus years, I was president of the California Community College Independent Unions. And I just retired myself back in 2017. So I welcome Tom to the retirement community. And in retirement, too, though, I'm covering CalSTRS for the California Community College Independence. And I just talked to Tom last month. And I hope that this will not be that I was complaining when I spoke to Tom, but that I was just getting help and assistance from him over all those years. And it's been crucial to my ability to help serve my members. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public, Samantha?
That's it for now.
Thanks, Samantha. It's 10:30. We're going to take a 10-minute break, then we're going to come back to John Stanton. John, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get to you. Okay, so let's take a break and come back at 10:40. Thank you.
And we're live.
Thank you, Jonathan. We are back, and we have item 6, which is the state and federal legislation report. We have to make up a little time here, so we're gonna keep this report to 30 minutes before I turn it over to the staff and John Stanton, our consultant from Washington, D.C. Needless to say, there's a lot in this report, so many issues that are relevant to us as an organization. But I'd like John and Diane and Joycelyn, who are listed as our staff presenters for this item and consultant, keeping in mind that we're going to keep it to 30 minutes. So what I'd like to have is 10 to 15 minutes of your presentations, and then 15 to 20 minutes or so of questions and dialogue with the three of you. So I think, John, are you going to kick it off, or is it Joycelyn? Who's kicking it off?
I think Diane was going to.
Diane, okay. Who's going to be the one out of three? Go ahead, Diane.
Thanks, Harry. Good morning. Diane Stanton, Acting Public Affairs Executive Officer. This year, we have combined both our state and our federal legislative reports. So we're going to start very quickly with Joycelyn to provide a summary of the state legislative bills and proposals. And then we'll conclude with John and all of the things that are happening with at the federal level at the moment. So with that, we'll turn it over to Joycelyn.
Morning, Joycelyn Martinez-Wade, Director of Governmental Relations. So I wanted to give an update on this past legislative session. Of course, it was very different with the pandemic going on. We weren't sure if our housekeeping bill was going to move through, but it was included into an omnibus package bill, which was signed by the governor. So those provisions will go into effect January 1st, 2021. We had 2 other sponsored bills, you'll remember, the investment procurement legislation and a bill regarding a CalSTRS IRA product. And those were not able to move forward because of the legislature's focus on all things related to COVID-19. But I did want to let you know that we plan to continue working on those in 2021. And that basically concludes my update. So hopefully that'll save a little bit of time.
Well done.
John, do you want to take it from here?
Okay, I guess, I don't know if they can put my PowerPoint back up. I just wanted to speak to you today. Good morning, John Stanton of Hoken Levels, speaking to you from the town of pins and needles and unfortunately boarded up buildings and 10 feet of new fence around the White House. So that's where we find ourselves today. If I could just go to slide 2, please. I guess you guys are running it from your end. The slide that was up just a minute ago. If not, I can improvise. There we go. I just wanted to kind of tick through about the first 4 or 5 of these issues, given the time constraint. It's all there in the PowerPoint, which you can kind of drill down for particular topics you're interested in, or I'll be happy to field questions afterwards. You can skip through the first 7 slides, which were basically what might have been if the Senate had gone Democratic. I think there are lots of fruitful things that could have been done that are now sort of off the table. I will just say quickly on the election, obviously it's a cliffhanger. My view is we're sort of at this crossroads between a dark path and a path to a new era. I mean, we'll find out the next day or 2. It's looking promising for Biden, but the margins are so extremely close. I mean, 10, 20,000 votes out of 5 million. So we'll just have to see. But clearly, if Trump is reelected, he thought he didn't have any guardrails. He's not going to have any now. So the administration is preparing a list of people to be purged from the administration because they're experts who've disagreed with the president, who've been perceived as disloyal. So I think that's unfortunate. It's going to happen in the health area. It's going to happen in the intelligence area. And I think the sad reality of it is that part of this election message, the Republicans holding their own, actually outperforming, is that unlike the perception that if you tie yourself to the mast of Trump and Trumpism, that you'll go down with the ship, I think they found out they actually did pretty well. So come 2022, next election, I know it's kind of a shudder at the thought of another election, but of the 34 seats up in the Senate, 22 of them are going to be Republicans. What does that mean? it means a repeat of what the last 4 years have been with a compliant Senate with a lot of things that Trump does, because they'll be lashing himself to his mast. The other thing that Trump has done that's not been widely perceived is he basically abolished the civil service. He put out an executive order that says if you have any tie to the government policy making process, even if you're a career employee who comments on regulations, you're now an at-will employee whom we can replace on the spot with some political appointee. So, you know, the attack on expertise is unfortunately continuing. If there's a Biden presidency, he's going to find himself having to deal with a Republican Senate. He's a creature of the Senate. He knows how to kind of deal with that, but 60 votes to pass any major legislation. The question is, if McConnell going to work with President Biden on constructive sort of centrist issues, or is he going to take kind of what he done the last 4 years, if he's going to focus on judges and just basically blocking everything? As he had said, you'll recall when Obama was first elected, he said his goal was to make Obama a one-term president. He tried to stand in the way of everything. So we'll have to see how that turns out. But let me just, in the interest of time, kind of tick through some updates on key issues that I wanted to bring to your attention. And particularly in the corporate governance area, I think you really need to understand what's going on. Life can change under a Biden presidency, but the damage has been done already to a certain extent. In the WEP area, obviously, this is a big issue for our retired members. This affects CalSTRS members who've had careers in the private sector. There's an adverse impact from their CalSTRS pension onto their Social Security benefits. There have been legislative efforts on the Hill for years to try to fix this problem. It's a very arbitrary formula. They've tried to, introduce a more realistic formula and also to kind of ameliorate some of the pain that existing retirees have faced. Historically, it's been bipartisan effort. House Ways and Means Chairman Neal from Massachusetts, ranking Republican Kevin Brady from Houston, both with large numbers of non-covered employees, have been working cooperatively together. And ultimately, it was sort of a fight over where they get the money to pay for it that sort of drew them apart. Chairman Neal is willing to dip in the general revenues. Member Brady wanted to use some other revenue source from within Social Security, and as a result, they've gone their separate ways with competing proposals, which I think really throws sand in the gears of trying to solve this problem. Taking care of the past is a very expensive proposition, and the proposed relief for current retirees is very modest, $100 or $150 a month. I mean, obviously, any dollar helps in this day and age, but that's not really significant relief, I think, that our members had hoped. And a lot of that has to do with cost. Originally, they were going to go after the past as a way to play for it. So if you had some elderly grandmother who didn't realize she was subject to WEP, and they kind of retroactively discovered it and came in and said, all right, you owe us $20,000, that wasn't going to fly. And so that funding source fell off the table, kind of left us where we are now. The one bright spot about Chairman Neal's bill is that it fixes a problem that we had been concerned about, which is we have non-vested CalSTRS members. They worked at CalSTRS a couple of years at the beginning of their career, went on to some other career, would, under the prior bills, that would have hurt them under WEP, even though they never get a CalSTRS pension, so there's no sort of double dipping with that in Social Security. He's now clarified that that's not a problem. Let me just move on to slide 8, if I could. And this is a very concerning development, and it's not, this tack will continue under a Trump administration, but damage has been done already, and that has to do with proxy voting. The SEC and the Labor Department have undertaken really a concerted effort to try to chill proxy voting by investment advisors and private plan fiduciaries. The SEC has come out with these rules that say, look, if you're a money manager and considering voting a proxy for your client, you got to show affirmatively and in detail why it's in the best interest of your client to vote it that way. And you can't just rely on a proxy advisor's recommendation. You've got to yourself make a detailed factual investigation to the specific issues that are being voted on. Now, as an investment manager, just the thousands of proxy, issues you may be voting on. How feasible is that? And then the SEC sings, well, you don't have to vote on every proxy. So they're sending a message to the investment advisor, and then the Labor Department adopted an almost parallel rule that applies to private plan fiduciaries. ERISA plans doesn't apply to us, but it's of interest. As I'll get to in a minute. It says, you private plan fiduciary, you have to affirmatively demonstrate the direct economic benefit to your plan from the proxy issue being voted on under your fiduciary duty to operate it for the exclusive benefit of your members. So you got to make this affirmative showing. And similar with the SEC on investment advisors, you got to look into it. You can't just rely on a proxy advisor recommendation. You've got to investigate all the material facts underlying the proxy issue and presumably more memorialize that. So it seems to be, in abstract, you might say, gosh, that seems hard to argue with. When you look at the effect, I think the ultimate effect is that it's going to be discouraging some investment advisors and plan fiduciaries from proxy voting. It's going to be too time consuming, too costly. And a lot of them are just risk saying, well, hell with it. I don't have to vote every proxy, so I won't. What does that mean for us? If CalSTRS is trying to assemble a group of concerned investors, particularly institutional investors and money managers from the private sector plans, large, and say, join with us in this proxy battle, proxy issue that we're pursuing with XYZ company. Well, if the other members of the coalition, have been sort of chilled in their interest in getting involved in proxy issues, that makes our ranks a lot thinner. And so I think we'll have to see how much this pans out. But I think it's sort of a plan that, this was just done within the last few months. We'll have to see what its effects are. If I could just go to the next slide, please. The SEC also adopted rules on proxy advisory firms. And this is an issue that I believe CalSTRS weighed in on. And a big push from the business community, Chamber of Commerce, Business Roundtable, usual suspects. They wanted to cool the jets of the proxy advisory firms and say, well, they got too much power. It's sort of like the credit rating agencies, they got too much power. And so we're going to try to cool their jets a little bit. So what did they do? They said, okay, when your proxy advisor prepares a report for you on a particular issue, that's deemed to be a proxy solicitation to you. So therefore, all the securities fraud rules apply. So if they leave something out, they make a mistake, they don't disclose their methodology or their sources of information, they could be subject to a securities fraud claim by anybody else in the process, which is kind of a daunting prospect given the way the timing and the company is annual meeting coming up, their proxy issues being raised, how can they be analyzed, that sort of thing. So it adds a real sort of Damocles. And just to give you an idea of how the business community really had such the upper hand in this exercise initially, and unfortunately it was dropped because it couldn't pass the lab test, but it's originally proposed, the SEC's rule said, okay, proxy advisor, you got to show your report in draft form before you ever to the issuer, before you ever send it to CalSTRS. And let them comment on it, demand changes. And oh, by the way, then you've got to give it again before it goes to CalSTRS and say, well, did you make those changes? So, that was, I think, just a bridge too far ultimately by even for the zealots by saying, look, this is the client, and they're not getting it until the eve of the vote. That doesn't make any sense. So they compromised and said, okay, well, you got to give it to the issuer at the time it's sent to CalSTRS. So that's going to be kind of a new environment where you have the company's response, but it creates time frames, it creates time crunches. It adds the burden of the investment staff trying to get these things in time to really take them into account. And so, there again, I think that no one was clamoring for this from the investor community. So it's just another way in which they've responded to the business community and trying to sort of chill the process of really proxy votes and proxy accountability, the issue. They also adopted rules on shareholder resolutions, which raised the thresholds to resubmit a resolution. And they're pretty stiff. It's been voted on a couple times in the past, didn't get above a certain threshold, can't bring it up for 5 years. Well, there are lots of issues, as you know, that you've been involved in, like climate, ESG, where you got to kind of build support over time. People kind of wake up to the fact that, when you have so many hurricanes in a season, you run through the English alphabet, you're into the Greek alphabet. Well, maybe we better do something about it. So people start paying attention to it. Well, this is going to hinder efforts to do that. So let me just go on to the next slide, please. Slide 10. To top it off, again, the Labor Department is now led by Eugene Scalia, son of the Supreme Court Justice, but he's made a career out of attacking proxy access, really pursuing a corporate-based agenda to try to interfere with the proxy process, with efforts for investor accountability. And they've gone after, this was at the direction of the White House, they've gone after ESG investing. And, they really harken back to a very primitive notion of ESG investing, that it's really just little old ladies in tennis shoes, tree huggers, pursuing, really social agenda items, the corporation shouldn't have to pay attention to and run in the business. I mean, it completely mischaracterizes the whole concept of taking these risks into account, that the investors want this information. Investors want to know about ESG risks. They want to take it into account in choosing investments. They want to, are interested in funds that have are companies that have high ratings on ESG criteria. And basically what the Labor Department has said to private plan fiduciaries, again, under ERISA, not directly applicable to this, but they added all these new hurdles to doing that by, again, requiring this sort of due diligence, all this paperwork. You got to show, clear and justified, quantifiable showing of benefits and risks. Secretary Scalia said, well, it's unlawful to sacrifice returns or accept additional risks through things intended to promote a social or political end. So, they inherently classify ESG as a non-pecuniary sort of form. And they've now, since I put this out, they've now issued them in final form. I guess they felt like they're a little too transparent in what their agenda was, so they've now stricken the word ESG from there. And it's still all the same rules. And again, applies to private plans, doesn't apply to us, but anytime you interfere with a marketplace, this could have a chilling effect on just the ESG investment marketplace. If private plans decide, you know what, the hell with it. I don't have time to mess with this. I have time to figure it out. I don't have time to document it, so I'm just not going to do it. Well, is that going to adversely affect, the vehicles for ESG investment in the marketplace if the, potential investor capacity is diminished? So we'll have to see. Again, this just came out in the final version since I put this together last week. So a lot of this, we're just going to have to see what the actual implications are, but certainly it's not helpful to have this kind of attack. If I could just go on to the next slide, please, 11. There have been measures in Congress. This is one by Juan Vargas, who down in Southern California made it out of the Financial Services Committee. He's got a bill to disclose ESG metrics. He would require companies to do that, take it into account, tell them how that fits into their strategy. It hasn't gotten brought up in the House yet. The Senate, unfortunately, and this is where, again, the failure to flip it to Democratic control, all these bills would have gone to Sherrod Brown in the Senate Banking Committee, and one can only imagine the fun we would have had there. Instead, it goes to Senate Banking Committee chaired by Pat Toomey, who's a very conservative member, and all of these measures are just going to die in the Senate, even if they pass out of the House. If we could just skip ahead to slide 12, please. There's a climate disclosure bill that, again, was just reported out of committee, didn't make it anywhere further. Let's have climate metrics. Left up to the SEC. Again, that's, I think, going to die in a Republican Senate. The last slide on 13, and I've got several others in there that I can just mention if you're interested in the future. Climate has always been the long game in my view. And there are two interesting developments I want to call your attention to on climate risk disclosure and then more generally on climate. And that is that the business groups have now sort of crossed the Rubicon on climate change, both in terms of coming out in favor of a substantial reduction in greenhouse gases, but also, most importantly, crossing the Rubicon on carbon pricing, putting some sort of price, whether it's a market pricing mechanism or a tax on carbon itself as a way of, diminishing its use in the economy. And you have two business groups that are made up of prominent companies, including helpfully a number of major energy companies. And they're not only sort of talking the talk on this question, they're actually walking the walk in terms of going to the Hill, actively lobbying members of Congress, including particularly Republicans, to say, look, this is a business decision. This isn't some tree hugging decision. This gets to the bottom line. This is the direction this economy needs to go to, have a viable future. And the other dimension of this whole debate that's very helpful development in my view is the financial regulators have gotten on the field. They've repeatedly noted financial system risk. The Fed, the Commodity Futures Trading Corporation, even the G20 central banks have come on the field. And I think this gives it a dollars and cents credibility that, many have tried to kind of claim climate is, and this is where, a Trump administration is going to be much less hospitable forum. His view is it's all going to cool off, or it's not man-made and blah, blah, blah. But I think when you have financial regulators putting a dollars and cents number on financial system risk, I think that causes people to sit up and take notice. Obviously, under a Biden administration, they're much more sensitive, I think, to climate change issues. The question is, what if Biden is left with the Republican Senate? You've got the Republican Senate dominated by Republicans from Western states that are often oil and gas states, or at least fossil fuel states. Does that mean the whole climate issue is just dead in the water? I think that there's a prospect that a clean energy type of bill that, promotes incentives for clean energy technology development and tax incentives for business to do that and incorporate it. I think that Biden makes a big push for that, President Biden. I think that has a reasonable chance because it doesn't get into the whole sort of, oh my God, let's bag fossil fuel use. It offers an opportunity to members for businesses in their district to create jobs, in developing these technologies. So we'll have to see on that. I think I might stop there, Mr. Chairman. The other couple issues I just had that I'll call your attention to, if you're interested, you can look in the PowerPoint presentation, legislation on human capital management disclosure. That's been a real interest to your investment staff. One sort of glimmer a positive glimmer is efforts to promote diversity in corporate boards and corporate management. That's again an issue your investment folks and I think some board members had an interest in. The positive there is that the Republicans have decided that disclosure of, what your makeup is and what your strategy is for dealing with it is a positive. And they said, it's like an out-of-body experience. To sit there at the hearing and hear them say, well, it's the right thing to do. We end up getting better people when we have a diverse leadership at the company. But for whatever reason, we'll be glad to have their support. So there have been several House measures that have passed that on the disclosure, they have a disclosure focus. But I will say that even in the Senate, the Business Roundtable wrote a letter to the Senate Bank Committee, take up this legislation. It makes a lot of sense. So that's at least a positive note to end up on. But let me turn it back to you, Mr. Chairman. If there are questions, I'll be happy to try to field them. If you have questions, after the meeting, through the staff, I'm happy to respond to them.
Hey, thanks so much, John. There's a plethora of information in all of your slides. We appreciate it. So many of the topics are relevant to us as an organization that we've been part of for years. I can't help but think of the irony when I hear Department of Labor and Mr. Scalia's name in the same sentence. Just somehow there's a disconnect. I'm sure the committee has lots of questions and commentary on some of your slides, and maybe even some questions about the possibilities of a deal, a stimulus deal before the end of the year and what that might look like, because clearly that's important to small businesses, states, cities, et cetera, which directly affect pension funds like ours. And we've heard enough about the quote unquote bailing out of poorly run pension funds as a view that some have. Why don't we start with Lynn, and then we'll go to Sharon. Lynn?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mrs. Stanton, for a great presentation. I have two questions. One is, what is the likelihood that a Biden administration can start to overturn some of the regulations the SEC just passed on proxy advising, voting, and Department of Labor? And the second question is, with regards to human capital management, do you see any appetite moving forward to start looking at worker protections? I think we've all seen a lot of the damage that was done with COVID pandemic and how essential many of our workers are. So just curious on what you see in that area as well too.
On overturning the regulations, there is a process by which within a certain time period that Congress has its power to review and overturn regulations. I'd have to kind of go back and see how that matches up. But one of the ways in which Congress, since they control the purse strings, and Maxine Waters, chair of the Financial Services Committee in the House, one way they deal with it, they say, SEC, you can't spend any money to enforce the XYZ regulations. It's in their appropriations bill. So you hamstring them from enforcing regs that still remain on the books. And I think that may be the type of approach that's taken. Again, you got the Senate, and that's a formidable obstacle on both the congressional review of the regulations and the sort of appropriation strings approach. Biden will he'll be able to appoint chair of the SEC come, I don't know how long Jay Clayton is going to stay around his term in any way, and then it runs out mid-2021. So Biden will have a chance to appoint a Democrat to be the leader of the SEC. It's 5 members, and they have staggered terms. The 2 other Democrats are younger women who came out of the SEC staff, who were really top flight. And I think they will become an even more energetic group if they had a strong leader as chair. They can go back and revisit their regulations, tweak them. It may be harder just to get rid of them altogether, but I think that may be the most sort of viable venue on reform of what they've done on institute investor protections. On the worker protection side, one of the things that Speaker Pelosi was really holding out for in the COVID relief legislation, the Republicans, one of their big initiatives was liability protection for businesses so that they could reopen without, in the Republicans' view, being besieged by lawsuits. So they made that a high priority. What they put in was completely overreaching, that basically moved everything to federal court and put in this impossible barrier to proving your case. What Speaker Pelosi was pursuing was saying, okay, let's have some rigorous OSHA standards to protect. Again, this is a focus on COVID as opposed to worker protection more generally. But her view was, look, if you want to have, liability protection, you've got to adhere to some sort of standard. So it's just not just that you get a complete pass and do nothing. So I think that's an area they're talking. McConnell's not talking about trying to do something in the lame duck session after the election. I think that will continue to be a Democratic priority. And supposedly Pelosi had made some real headway with the Treasury Secretary Mnuchin in negotiating that. So I think I could see a deal there where, okay, here are standards that are, offer real protection. If you adhere to them, you'll get protection from liabilities. That's how they see that potentially unfolding.
Thank you.
Sharon and then Bill. Sharon.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And Lynn, thank you for those questions too, because those were several ones that I was thinking about as well. So I wonder, John, and you were kind of making these comments at the end around the Business Roundtable, and we're seeing places like BlackRock and Vanguard and a lot of asset managers coming out on ESG being kind of it's just good investing, or it's just, and I'm just wondering, as all of these different pieces around ESG are trying to make it through, if you see, I don't know if Trump wins and how that affects it, but if, let's say, Biden wins, that there could be like a business proposition made to pursue some of these, kind of ESG initiatives, and that would speak more strongly maybe to the GOP, because it's just, it just makes financial sense to pursue that, and how you see that argument potentially maybe changing some of these kind of sort of initiatives that are sort of going against proxy voting or climate issues or human capital management.
Yeah, my sense of it is that climate is sort of first on the agenda because it's so easily quantifiable what the financial statement risk is and what risk is the companies. You got a plant that's in a floodplain, and what have you done to mitigate that risk? That you can put dollars and cents on. ESG, the critique against it by the opponents is that it's fuzzy wuzzies. We don't know what it really means. And, Chairman Clayton, the SEC says, well, how can you have E and get a score for that, S and get a score for that, and G and have the score and have that really be meaningful? So some of the factors, I think, in that equation are more quantifiable than others. the human capital management's a good example. I mean, that's something that, tech businesses, their like my father used to say about the advertising business, their assets go down the elevator every night, and so what are you doing to try to, improve your workforce, retain them, and that sort of thing. And that, I think, is a very positive thing that the business groups could get behind, because it gives sort of lets the money managers have a common basis for assessing, well, what are these companies that are so beholden to their workforces, what are they doing about it? Other things, and in the social area, it's a little more fuzzy wuzzy. So I think there's going to have to be some refinement in there, and some of the factors are going to be more equal than others. I think the problem with what the Labor Department did in putting up these obstacles to private plans investing in them is that, if it's a long game where you got to kind of educate people in the marketplace about what ESG means and how it can be applied, and have ESG kind of certified investments, if you will, that takes a while, and you're fighting this battle against the money manager or plan fiduciary who's, besieged by all the things that Chris Ailman's besieged by, like all the things you got to do to try to make money for your clients. And this is one more burden on it. So I think that can help slow down the development of the ESG marketplace.
Yeah. Well, I mean, what your point, and I'll just finish with this, Harry, that it just seems like it underlines the point of like organizations like SASB and GRI that are really trying to come up with sort of objective, metrics to measure and be able to provide data, so that there is kind of a clearer financial case to be made.
That's what Congressman Vargas's bill would do. I mean, it kind of puts it on to sort of, at least up until now, an unwilling partner of the SEC to sort of figure it all out. But, I think there are ways in which you could have an advisory committee that's balanced with industry and investor folks, and kind of come to ground with this and come up with some ESG metrics that kind of make sense and people can agree on. Maybe it's a real narrow set in the beginning, and then they get more experience and they kind of expand it out. But someone's got to kind of first take the first step to push it along. And I think right now there's going to have to be pressure from the money managers, from the investment community, because that's really what drives a lot of this. The public plans have a certain stroke in Washington with their, local delegations, but what, BlackRock, or one of the big money managers who's obviously active in Washington, having them sort of unite from, we need this information to be able to manage our investments capably. That gives it a credibility that it's not just the tree huggers and the little old ladies in tennis shoes. And when you have your big contributors on the Senate Banking Committee saying, look, this is something you got to look into, you start to get interested, and that's what I think it's going to take.
Yeah. Thanks, Sean.
Bill?
John, thank you very much for being our representative in the swamp there. And I commend you for your continuing efforts to overcome some of the challenges that the past 4 years have presented. My question is just a general question. And particularly to the question of that Harry raised about further fiscal assistance from Congress. What if the Senate has a 50-50 split, which is not entirely out of the question at this stage? How would that impact the question of further stimulus? And two, how would the chairmanships of these various committees be allocated at that point when you have a 50-50?
That's a good question. I think they'd have to come to an agreement on the allocation of chairmanships, and if there was a clear split, then it would be one party or the other. The vice president would be the 51st vote to break the tie if it's a 50-50 split. But the real environment of the Senate is it takes 60 votes to do anything. So that's how the minority can play in the Senate. And you have to, if you're a Democratic initiative, you got to get 60 votes, which includes a bunch of Republicans. I think the environment, we'll have to see. I noticed a change in tone from our friend McConnell, who previously had said, well, just let's let the public pension plans and poorly managed go bankrupt. I think he realizes that was not sort of helpful politically or accurate substantively. And in fact, he sort of signaled, well, maybe we'll be open to some state and local assistance, because it's becoming clear that the schools are going to reopen. They're going to have to take all these steps to retrofit. You already know about it. that, they don't have money to do, oh, by the way, COVID crashed state collections, revenue collections as well. So I think they're coming around to the notion that reopening the economy is going to require federal or state assistance. You're not just bailing out mismanaged states. I would expect to see in that legislation some constraints that can't be used to bail out underfunded pension plans. I mean, they're just going to, that's an inherent part of the bargain. I think it's not, we don't necessarily care about that other precedent, but I think there's at least some prospect that if they really, they don't have much time in this lame duck session. I mean, it's just a couple of weeks in December. They also have to pass the entire federal spending package. But I think if there's a willingness, and I thought McConnell's are sending a signal to Democrats, I'll play with you, because he kind of sat up in the bleachers and heckled while he left it to Mnuchin to negotiate because he didn't want to be involved since his members were split. I think now that the election's over, he's ready to come back on the field and he could be a constructive force in trying to get a deal. So we'll have to see. I think that's the short answer, but that signal I thought was encouraging. It's not going to be as much as we would like, I think, but it's more than we're getting now.
And just one quick follow-up question. Does Kelly gets seated during this lame duck session because of he's taking over a seat that was appointed? Is he going to get?
That's a good question.
It's my understanding that he would be seated. That he would be sworn in.
He's filling out her term. I think she was the one that was appointed.
Right.
So I would say it's at least she has at least till the end of the year. I think I don't know beyond that. So we'll have to see. But again, I think it's going to end up about the current split. I don't, there's some of these elections that haven't been called,
but we can hope.
We can hope. They had some really good candidates. The Speaker of the Maine House. You had this very attractive candidate in North Carolina who apparently developed a zipper problem at the last minute, and so he lost by 100,000 votes out of 6 million. So, it didn't quite work out the way that they had wanted. And I think that really, it's going to slow things down, I think, on our agenda, but it's not going to bring it to a halt altogether.
Thank you, Bill. Any other members of the committee with questions for John while we have them? John, before you go, I don't see any other members of the committee, so I have two for you.
Okay.
One would be around the assuming, and I don't like to make assumptions, but if the trends are what they are and the probabilities are that Vice President Biden will get to 270, maybe today, maybe tomorrow. How do you see the current resident of the White House dealing with that reality and the potential volatility between now and inauguration in January? That's one, because that volatility may or may not impact Wall Street and the economy, et cetera. Will it be smooth? Will it be rocky? How rocky? What's your best assumptions and thinking? And secondly is around should Vice President Biden reach 270 and be sworn in as the next president, his cabinet options relative to either controlling the Senate or the Democrats being in the minority. How is he thinking about his list of cabinet secretaries in different scenarios, either with control of the Senate or with McConnell having the votes? And then after those two questions, John, I think we'll let you go. Appreciate all that you do, and I encourage our members of the committee to reach out to John at any time between meetings. He's always accessible, and he has great insights into what's happening in DC. John, back to you.
On your first question, assuming he loses, what's going to happen next? Well, I think above all, and you can call up Mary Trump and get her psychological assessment of this, but the one thing he doesn't want to be is a loser. I think that's built into his character. And so I think on the election side, he's going to fight to the death to try to come up with whatever he can. I mean, you've already seen it. I mean, you've seen on the election night when he said he won, they had to stop counting, and it's all a rigged election. He's been telegraphing that for a long time. So I think he will work to kind of try to continue to discredit the election. It remains to be seen whether there any Republican on the Hill of any consequence will develop into profiles of courage. You recall that when Nixon was sort of refusing to resign, he had Barry Goldwater and some of the real stalwarts that were widely respected within the Republican Party sort of went down and had a come to Jesus conversation with him. I don't know whether you have any Republican who has that sort of courage, especially, as I said earlier, they got 22 of the next 34 seats coming up in the next 2 years are going to be Republican seats. And there's certainly none of those folks that's going to stick the head up and incur the wrath of Trump, because that's his immediate way of attacking everybody who attacks him. So I think it remains to be seen how a kind of recalcitrant Trump, would be, made to adhere to a peaceful transition. I don't know how he's going to react. As I say, he's going to challenge it to the death, assuming that the result is clear that he's lost. Then the question is, what does he do? Does he just pout and sort of disappear? Does he try to rush through the rest of his agenda? I mean, he doesn't really have an agenda, but is he going to tell the agencies, whatever in your wildest dreams you want to do, let's do it in the next, 2 months on the regulatory side? It's just hard to predict. And so that's just the best answer I can give you. In terms of Biden winning, Senate flipping, not flipping, what's that going to do to his cabinet? I think if the Senate flips, he's going to have much more flexibility to pick progressive members in his cabinet. I'm not sure Elizabeth Warren makes the cut. I think he's wary of her kind of independent nature. So even if the Senate flips, I'm not sure he's going to Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren are going to be inside the tent with him. But if the Senate doesn't flip, then we'll know they won't be in the tent with him. And I think he's going to have to be careful in picking some more centrist cabinet members. I mean, the one thing that he does have after 47 years in government is a great reservoir of capable talent. And I think the benefit of a Biden administration, I'll say, well, he's 77, blah, blah, blah. He knows a lot of good people, and I think he would bring good people in the government. Right now, we have a bunch of hacks, grifters, and incompetents in senior positions because they're loyal, and that's what Trump values. So I think it's going to be a process over time. And McConnell holds a lot of cards about, again, you got to have 60 votes. And so we'll have to see. We'll have to see how that all turns out. We can hope springs eternal.
Okay, John. Thanks for being with us. Thanks for your report.
Thank you for hearing me out, and keep your fingers crossed.
Yeah.
All right. Take care.
See you, John. Thank you.
Okay.
Stay healthy. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Diane, Joycelyn, that concludes the item. Thank you both very much. And we did 42 minutes. So even though I initially said we'd keep it to 30, my hope was that we would get to some Q&A, and we did. And John did what I thought he was going to do, was summarize his slides. There's so much information in those slides. There's a lot of slides and a lot of information. Okay, brings us to the consent. I believe it's, staff, any members of the public that would like to address us on this item?
There are no members of the public in the queue for item 6.
Okay. Item 7 is the consent agenda. Is that right? Yeah. Anyone want to pull any of the consent? I see, Gail, your hand is raised.
I don't want to pull anything, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to hear from the CEO search committee about the choice of the executive firm that you chose. If I obviously looked them up and saw the firm, I just wanted to see sort of what our hopes are with the firm and just hear
Sure.
if that's appropriate. I have no,
Sure.
It's a great choice. I'm just curious to learn a little bit more.
Yep, just hold for 1 second. Is Melissa Norcia in the meeting and not on camera? Or Brian Bartow? Or Amy McDuffie? Melissa, Amy McDuffie, are you in the meeting? Brian?
I'm here.
Can you come?
I would have the information responsive to Gail's question.
You do, Brian?
No, I don't think I would about the relative strengths of the selection. I think Melissa or Amy could better respond to that.
Sure. Amy, are you on the line?
I think they're pulling Amy and she's on the.
Okay.
Yeah, I see Melissa.
There she
is. There you are. Hi, Melissa.
Here I am.
Gail, would you repeat your question for Melissa, who's our lead staff person on this item?
Oh, I'm sorry, Melissa. I was just curious to learn a little bit more about the strengths of this firm, but I could talk to you about it offline too.
Well, no, the search committee had a very in-depth interview process with Egon Zender as well as a few other firms, and they really rose to the top because of the alignment that they really share with CalSTRS values and culture. And they really came at the search process through a very comprehensive leadership assessment that they leverage. And so we were quite impressed with them as a firm, in particular, their lead consultant as well. And I don't know, Harry and Sharon, if you want to add anything else relative to your thoughts and insights about them.
No, not at all, Melissa. That was appropriate. Amy McDuffie, would you like any commentary on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to echo what Melissa said. We supported Melissa in obviously the search committee. In the search itself, it was a really competitive search. And I think that there is a prudent process involved with looking at relevant data, following up, and asking the right questions. And ultimately, it comes down to, as Melissa stated, whose values best work with the character and the values of this board. And I think that's indeed what you found as a result of the process. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Amy. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and huge thanks to the search committee for all the work. And I'm happy to move the consent calendar at the appropriate time, but really grateful for all the work and due diligence everyone is doing. I think it'll have a great result. So really appreciate it.
Thanks. Thanks, Gail. So it's been, any other questions on any of the consent items? Seeing none. Jennifer?
I wanted to note, you have 2 action items from the compensation committee.
Okay.
I think they got emailed earlier this morning.
That's a little bit too much for me to manage in the morning of a meeting. So it's okay. It's okay. It's just it's who I am. Does anyone have those?
I'm guessing you emailed them to me. I'm chair of the comp committee, so I apologize. I don't have, or maybe they were sent to me. And
can the staff please read those items into the record?
I'd be happy to. There were 2 motions. One was from the September meeting, and one was from the November meeting.
Sure.
The September meeting was to approve staff recommendation to authorize the solicitation process and approval of the scope of work as provided in Comp 60 to 63 with the added suggestions made by the committee. And the November motion was to approve the staff's recommendation to create 2 new classifications, the Senior Portfolio Manager and Senior Investment Director, expected to enhance the organization's ability to execute the collaborative model strategy.
Thank you very much, Jennifer. Appreciate that. With those actions being read into the record, the consent agenda will be moved without objection. Anyone objecting? Abstaining? Okay, the consent agenda has been approved. And thank you so much for stepping in, Jennifer, and reading into the record those actions for us. Brings us to item 8, which is referred to committee for board decisions. I don't believe we had any. Item 9 is new business or information request. Jennifer, do we have any?
I did not note any.
Okay. The draft agenda for the next meeting. Jack, you want to jump on? Don't know if there's anything that we want to highlight. We're meeting in December. Is Jack around?
I am, of course.
There you are.
No, actually, it's exactly like I previewed in my CEO report with the addition of the budgetary item on the 5%. So again, we're shooting for a 2-hour meeting as it's currently constructed.
Thanks, Jack. Samantha, do we have any members of the public that would like to address us on items which are not on our agenda this morning?
We have one member of the public that would like to comment for item number 11.
Great, 3 minutes. Thank you.
So our first caller is Dr. Sandy Keaton. Dr. Keaton, go ahead.
Hello, I'm Dr. Sandy Keaton, and I apologize for calling in after the item, but I wanted to thank Tom Barrett for all the help he gave me and our, UTLA members over the years when I was chair of the Pre-Retirement Issues Committee. I'm sure many of you that are on the board or were in the audience with me at the time remember our payroll disaster. And we just wanted to wish him a wonderful retirement. And again, I'm sorry I missed the call in after that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Keaton, for taking the time to dial in and recognize Mr. Barrett. Much appreciated.
That concludes the public comments.
Thank you. We're going to go to lunch and we'll be back at 1 p.m. Thanks, everyone. See you in about an hour and a half. Bye-bye.